Just making sure things work smoothly. Please give me a second. I think everything is set. Just making sure. Oh, hold on. I did not put on the other one. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. Yep. There we go. Why doesn't it work? Okay, there we go. So the keybinds on that one are pretty fucking whack. I don't know why they don't work half of the time. Either way, we here, and it's out. I'm low-key so hyped to be playing this, bro. I've been waiting for this dude's return. You don't know how long. Generally, one of my favorite characters, technically characters, I don't know if you count general receptions as characters in Ruina, but one of my favorite general receptions, because of the aura he just had, a single counter dice with the strength of damn near an ego. You don't know how hyped I am for that. And now we've seen him in Limbus. His fight was also pretty damn cool. Like his whole thing. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the Blade Lineage team. I tried to get the Blade Lineage team before starting the stream, but like I'm missing way too many. So I'm just gonna be running him with the House of Spiders. He's like hit like the uncle. Just think of him as the uncle. One of the mentors that showed up or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, I'll say I am extremely excited for this, bro. Look at him. He's finally here. Look at him. God, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this. This and a sprinkle to patience bokeh, because I want that drifter. Anyways, either way. No. Wait, for this one, we should go about it like... No. Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back. Let him. Dante. Oh wait, that's fine. Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you with an answer to your question, but you exhibit no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad. But it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter's starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered, and we're finally out of fucking S-corp! Holy shit, we're finally outside! I don't know how long, damn near a year we've been in S-corp. Holy fuck, we're finally outside. A few days after we entered S-corp's district, the bus pulled over in the backstreets of S-corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over the area of the backstreets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Mersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, Hong Lu were suppressing distortion that had showed up from other directions. And without onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Rodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their sheer suppression work, were in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and I might as well get myself some much needed practice with the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. Oh, please, excuse me, give me a second. Oh, good, I think we're good. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed satisfaction with certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. And I mean that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. She getting bullied in the group chat, man. They don't change her display to some heinous shit too. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gestalt shaft? I ask your basis for that inference, cause you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right! You really are cut off from the Gestalt shaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gestalt shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me I was prying. That prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is next on the agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu on her soul or lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite S-corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arya Shiki's severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing body mass alone would provide a new meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing, even at the terminal stage when exposed to the kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove. This limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute understanding of the ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubt can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's been an object, but if I know one thing, is that me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. This is the first mention of the aspect in so goddamn long. I can't even remember the last time the aspect was mentioned. I don't know what the aspect is, but holy shit. Like, damn, bro. It's been so long. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or what I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind, for you are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests that you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis' team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision. Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactic patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yup, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well even without my directions. Oh, they're fighting right now. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she even manage that with such a huge baguette? And Otis's group, let me see. It looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. The LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on, is it him? Faust, that's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Please tell me it's him. Please tell me it's Bamboo Hattikin. Please tell me it's Bamboo Hattikin. Please tell me it's Bamboo Hattikin. Please. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultations here. There's a rather precipitous Dante. God damn it. If the incident of a serious nature, perhaps request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Oh my god, it's not. You don't know how excited I specifically uptype forwards at max level the Blade Lineage Mentor ID for this specifically. Otherwise, I would have waited till I had the full team, but no, I gotta do it for this. For sure, I gotta do it for this. This is going from bad to worse. Really, Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. But his command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand over arm and hand signals? What signals? What swinging arm side was even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! That was close, we almost got flattened. What are they fighting? Damn it, even rookies with nothing but most rudimentally familiar training would have recognized the hand signal that basic. We're not at all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou subtly wavest thy arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in mystical fashion, all is suddenly turned tail. Farthus, I cannot do her. Damn. I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. I suck at pronouncing words. This is hell for me. To think that all of the personnel in the team, only the Swabi has a different discipline to interpret the basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. Unrealistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable, and after all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. You might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing. Ezra! Hell yeah! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Wow, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, these were 1,000,000 years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and let ahead. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry about your head, that's it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the lesser distortions outside of the building. Great. Did you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appears to be a sweeper. A sweeper? And that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby, bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. Well, you know what? Let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, says thou. How... Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are giving instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal, I'll explain everything once they're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. Come on, hell, come on. I mean, Mr. Capuhetic was also hell yeah. Like, you can hear my excitement in my voice. I cannot focus. Shit. He's okay now. Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time he said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we're just ending up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Look at this CG. Holy shit. The amount of aura in this. I'm screenshotting this. Fuck it. I'm screenshotting this immediately. Background for the next week. Give me a moment, please. There we go. Okay. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because like this, there is more to sunshine than its warmth. I feel like this line holds a lot of significance, but unfortunately, I have not read The Stranger. So I don't know what this means. Because like this, there's more to sunshine than its warmth. Then, what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Erza. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. It's my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord. I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you broken. Nothing good comes out of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I have not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I've apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Who the fuck? Wait, is that? Why she look so depressed? Wait, bro, hold on. Huh? Wait, I'm so confused. Goodness. And this bamboo-headed Kim. That's him. Oh god, he reminds me of Jessup. He, damn, not at all what I expected. Shit, subverted my. I mean, they did tell me to like expect a plot twist. Who the fuck? Yeah, damn. He's still called a shit, but like that is not anybody. That is not what I expected him to look like at all. In fact, he gives me a vibe of like a tiny bit of Roland and a bit of Chesed. I don't know how do you pronounce that shit. More often than wait, I didn't read that. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-headed Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. Then, however, had been while he was torrid and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. Neither is mine. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-headed Kim? Yup, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Ooh, the fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. I expected him to be a lot taller than this too. He's barely taller than Dante. I expected him to be a lot taller. Shit. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Bro, I'm losing it. Yeah, I'm lightheaded. Fuck. Give me a second. I gotta drink some water. I'm feeling lightheaded. Ah, like how my head. That's a ticket and talking. I came in here fully prepared to give him like a deep voice. Now I don't even know anymore. Now I don't even know what voice to give him. Fuck it, I'll continue with it. Lots of digging and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant. Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are suspicious about. Angdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. She's so oh, I'll fuck with the new fit, and she finally looks like she's not balding. And the arms look sick. Hold on, she's still. They still didn't give her a stool, but damn, does she look sick as hell. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment, the ticking. I also told them that you're a man of few words, but with much affection for followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy as talkative as me, don't you think? God, I still can't get over it, bro. This is not at all what I expected. He still got that shit on, but damn. Yet I spoke no falsehood, although your conduct is rather shallow, perhaps less refined for a different organization. You are much more reserved than tactful when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truth that might avert the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to be on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything about this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? The cheeky ass noob. Yes, vibing low-key. Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? That you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus company. Why did thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into open air, touchable field of grass cleared with the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I don't see you fighting in the field of battle at Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as she were conducting formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although with his hand still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some sort of disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm not I'm really not all that hard, bothersome work. Get what he's just like Jesse. That's what I've said. I'm not really all about hard, bothersome work. That's Jesse. And kinda like Nedzak and Roland, I was right. 2 for 3. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? Let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot and who's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into the stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Yeah, completely different from what I expected. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. I do, dear, how there are times when your commitment to do this shine brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of shield to protect your eyes? I feel like he tried to spit some game, it's just not working. It's just not working. Lady, sir, may I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? All if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it to a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, kid. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of the merchants and the mazes stall till I get the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. Sakashi's horrifying. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. God, this is completely different from the last time we seen them, bro. Yo, who are these people? I don't know these people at all. Who are these? Shit. No sooner had those words left her lips than my eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. So this was Bamboo-Headed Kim. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms. Her arms are so cool! Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. He's a little racist. He a little prejudiced for that. The last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Urza asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Excuse me. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists as to showcase them. The component onus fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly falling back into place. Oh, shall graceful smoothness, wet to machine articulation. This as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yup, the showcase would have gone lackluster with that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries and 7 Lino, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's phenomenal deciphering team, and they put him on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like him. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Mr. Sinclair? Oh, it wasn't hard to understand what stuck that tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, just remind me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought it was the same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred the painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in my life. Walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. He's vibing. While everyone was distracted taking in Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and couched down in the corner. He was rummaging through the things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyways, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are tropes that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it could be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. That thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some sort of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as she had realized something, but Mersault's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? The exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled it a little bit out though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate this rigged section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damages of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mersal took the object from Sinclair's hand. This might be the first time he, just... Not really, he had a reaction to something. Unless it was the Canto 5, was it Canto 5? The Canto 6. I'm not sure if he was commanded that time. I don't know. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mersault's answer came out without any further explanation. And the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by S-corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I heard. A peculiar expression had flashed across Erza's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was a mission of war that caught her attention. Anyways, we've managed to regroup in one piece. I want what? Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I were both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailing perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Crackers. Damn. My throat is cooked. I don't know why. Damn, I should have worn a jacket. Those there yet remain odd, deserving illumination. Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby. And it didn't seem like any of the other sinners' teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. Not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't gotten close to distortion's inflection point yet. The inflection point. Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph where the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term, a more specialized policy I'm referring to is the direction in which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, it's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So, in our department, we use a term, to mean the source of distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door in their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're understanding, the stories are really high maintenance, time consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. You guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snow out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient's ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? I'm not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about solving distortions when the foe was vanquished, as we want to do, but was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try to brute force approaches to it first. And when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have bingo. Apparently, residents of the Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like this way in the combat specialized fixer offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring, unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that S-corp's logo? Come to think of it, was in Salt. I was once employed by S-corp. What? He used to work with us people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work in S-corp. Maybe he can offer some insight. Do you know what these guys are like, Salt? Yes, manager. Yeah. These are S-corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases and the position, they are likely members of Pinframe team service this close. Salt recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, Pinframe team. Huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of the S-corp's main field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of S-corp's internal information, analysis of S-corp's internal intelligence, and sorting and arranging of S-corp's internal information and the intersect. That'd be enough. What? Is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if you borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue of us if you just went ahead and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyways, your encyclopedia is right. They're from S-corp's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in S-corp's nest. Why would people already be busy enough dealing with NS affairs come all the way to a shabby back streets like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. To seek every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from actual combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, result. Maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that's when I noticed something I never imagined would happen. Result's eyes widened. Actual reaction. Hold on, I'm going closer to my screen. Hold on, I gotta see this. Damn, he had an actual reaction, an actual facial expression. That's not just stoicism. That's a first. Hell yes. His gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. Next season is tremor season. They're using the word tremor a lot. A leveling stare that came with. Like, look at that, bro. That's new. That is new. There's no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marcel's reaction had caught me off guard, and I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons why they're treating like ChatGPT. I just realized, okay, give me 3 subjective reasons why you think are most likely for why these people. Damn, just clocked it. Why you think are. Excuse me, I'm gonna try it again. Got it. Tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to actually get to know him. If I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. I need some more water. I'm not as used to talking this much. Give me a second, please. Damn, I don't know how people be doing this. Like, playing a whole chapter 1 stream, 7 hours talking. Like, people like Camo, Everfray, Evolve it. I don't know how they do it. This hurting my neck. It's hurting my throat. Shit. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of video recording or recordings in violation of In-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets, collaborating with Nest, or identification and arrest of one in their wanted individual or individuals designated by the Nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, we usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys are In-Corp staff. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking at our belongings for enlightening clues yet maybe hidden in the sleeves or full of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth on what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. There's an employee card, then okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled out a sheet of paper from an N-Corp staff's coat under this contents aloud. Correct details, admonition of the individual of the category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is a place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when the whole pop and chart thing happened, it kinda did feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by coming to this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last has the hour arrived for my debut as detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been I don't know why I said it like that. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them but she immediately pulled out detective procs she had been given to Rhodia, Ryosho, and Honglu back then. Fairly, I'd foreseen that Joe would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting getting into Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay, then we should get moving too. Oh, I'm still baffled from like bamboo-headed Kim, right? Not anything what I expected. I had 2 year running. Oh, this looks cool. Okay, I don't know if I can use this because I don't got the materials. I may have to deploy all of shit. I don't have. This is burn. This is not poise, and I have to deploy all 7 of them. Do I have anything poise on you? Technically, poise, I guess. Yep, poise. But, God, do I really have to? I don't have the materials. Fuck it, Weeball. Or my GOAT Weeball.
그러기를 바라신다면 받들도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip the story because it's gonna take. No. Most important part is drag the ways. Yeah, I'm reading this after. I'm gonna read this later. Yeah, I don't have any more. I'm not going to use that one. Give me a second. Please give me a second. Should be enough.
아비인 당신들도 절망이야 공평한 거잖아.
Indeed, is enough.
모두 지원해자.
What do I need for this?
나는 나를 잊고.
I don't got enough. I don't have enough.
당신들도 내게서 세상에서 도려내져 온데간데 없이 사라지자.
Which is very unfortunate.
뭐가 이렇게 시시해?
But it is what it is. I think this is good enough. One, two, and then the rest come.
부름이라면 이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film scroll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue. Executive Manager, I have confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I'll find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like the team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Ongdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what's already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after, for it has been slashed away. What the hell? Not for you, Mentor. Or to you, not dwell on what can no longer be undone. A full black damn. I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ingdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to redress the past. Mostly at the eateries, you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you rode down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. It's a spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The wound from where you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cool turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words I really don't want to hear. Is that so? I knew suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper. I began furiously writing something down. He said, if sound don't work, I'm gonna write it for you. You're gonna read it, it's gonna be a light novel, you will like it, I will send it, it's gonna be a New York Times bestseller. Shit. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words up like, she's so fucking petty. I love her. This is awesome. This is so awesome. She's still short. I can never get over this. This is awesome. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Your swaying began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this same Enter Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all the dignity and forebodings Angdu said he had? Young Angdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I do, when speaking to the others to whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of acceptable degree, and yet, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worthy of placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blade of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all these, undoubtedly, the teaching that my mentor imparted onto me. Truly? Why, if fortunate, should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried like the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Ingdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with his feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for you to trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. For that what it was, I get it now." Man, damn, they dripped the fuck out. Shit. Just as I witnessed the budding of peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Class 2 pin-framing staff and corpse servers dead close. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the mass party had already been defeated. Wait, Who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. I was like, it's too late to talk our way out of this. And the excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time when I saw the in-corp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden, a sudden flash blinded my vision white. Think fast, Juggle. I still don't understand how they don't have eyes. How can they be blind? As though I had stared into a burst of searing light so intense and bright it had made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop. My vision blinded. The only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Where the fuck are we? Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize that what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart. What do you say, Hongdu? Though S-corp may indeed be passing through hard times, his ally was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to S-corp? No, Dante, though it generates a considerable sense of this is. I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheet of the light, and the air we breathe, all of them pointed towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms made entirely out of distortion. They're completely different distortions where S-corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. I hate that it's really goddamn, they look so fucking cool. But shit, I did not expect to see anything realistic in this game. This took me off guard. What the hell is this? Shunokun. Where Ezra pointed, the people are smart and neat suit had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained doppel robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. Wait, where's Bamboo headed, dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chuokans of S-corp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Whatever Kim's going off to, it definitely isn't time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Ooh, this is about to be fun. Wait, we got Ezra and Angdu on our side, don't we? Ooh, yes we do. Yes we do. Ooh, shit. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna read their kiss after I read these. Okay, bind, incapacity. Okay, they're different ones. Their designs look so cool. Genuinely, look at this. This is so cool. God, look at this. Like, it's so wicked. I love it. I love this design so goddamn much. Ooh, okay. Let me not tweak out. Passives. Head splitting memory. On clash lose, gain one head splitting memory once per turn. Head splitting memory. Max stack 1. Turn end gain 1 by next turn. Turn end gain current turn count clash for clash power up, rounded down, max 3. Cowering Hunter Band. Deal plus 5% damage for every 1 bind on target, max 15. To cover the eyes isn't allowed to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp's singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. Hey Cryptic, it's going good. I am in love with these designs. Also, Bamboo-Headed Kim is so goddamn funny. I'm not gonna lie. How are you? Welcome to the stream. These fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide a tactical analysis. At times, they can. They got Apple Vision Pros on, bruh. They got that 300k glasses on. Shit is insane. Okay, this is the same one. Let me see the other one. Flash lose, get 1 headspring memory. Yup. If this unit expects to rust, target gain prisoners transport arrangements. To rust, base stack 3, fix this unit speed to 1, fix the unit base coin power to 0. Turn end, lose 1 stack. Goddamn. Ooh. Bro, I wanna run a Blade Lineage team, but genuinely, these two are the only Blade Lineage I got. I want to get the others, but I'm saving my shards for like the eventual Valentina and Lucio IDs, like all the other cool shit for like this season. I want to pull. I might do like 2 multis, but the rest I'm saving for Warpurgis, because I screwed myself over by spending every last bit on Ricardo, going to pity on him. So yeah, I gotta like start saving up again. I can't spend too much on this banner, unfortunately. It's a royal card, and royal centers generally operate alone, moving and recover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of. I'm not even gonna try pronouncing that. True Alcuns, much like the fixer officers from bands within their own ranks. Once an honor or contract is done that a band is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in a manner preferred by the band. The hunt is for nobody knows neither honor nor dignity. Yeah, the thing is, I think Walp is my prediction. See, Walp is either the next banner or the banner after that. It's either the Nurse Father banner and then Walpurgis, or vice versa. Because it is around the time they usually do a Walpurgis, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, goddamn. Okay, I already read this one. On Clash Win, gain 2 points for every evolution wound on target. One hit, if target is staggered, inflict 2. There's a really cool new Ego Fusion in the E that counts Honglu's new idea as Blade Lineage. Okay, wait, why do these guys count as Blade Lineage? Like, we already have a handful of like Blade Lineage IDs. It might be some lore like these are involved with Blade Lineage. I don't know, I'm just spitballing low-key. Neutral. I don't. Oh, favored. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. 110 pull. I think I have around. I'm not sure. 100 something pulls. Like, might be just around 100. I'm gonna have to check after I finish this Intervallo. gonna just double team somebody else. Fortunate I can't let her clash it. That's pretty damn weird. Yeah. Oh, counts every S-corp. Oh, that makes sense. So like, S-corp is its own faction team now, I guess.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고. 좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
That sounds pretty cool. That means, will that mean that S-corp would primarily be like boys, like for future IDs, or is this just to like fuel up Blade lineage passives and shit? Bro, I love her sprites. It's just so whimsical.
그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했는데. 원한을 풀 수 있다면
The only time you don't want to see it dominating when I'm trying to use this skill. What the hell? Oh, there. Run this, and that. We on this dude. You know what? I'm not gonna go for it for this one. I'm just gonna win these. And then we jump one of them. Have I not? Oh, I have not.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
방금의 공격. 혹시 그 자체였다.
150% extra damn! Yo, I gotta start building this team. Because what do you mean 150% extra damage? Yeah. Okay, I already have the shards like set aside almost. I'm missing like 100 or like 150. But I already have shards set aside to get like the new ego, because I want that ego. That's probably one of my favorite looking egos in the game. I'm not even kidding. That new ego looks so sick. I need it. So, but yeah, I gotta start building this team if they giving us shit like this.
얼벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Yeah, and Blade Lineage honestly looks super fun to run. Who's already? Meh, gotta double up, I guess.
시간 끌 것 없이 모두를 지워버려.
I mean, if you be willing to, yeah, I could add you. Because I need more Blade Lineage IDs, because holy shit. Yeah, because honestly, right now, I'm only like rotating between 3 teams. Heisho, House of Spiders, and the middle team. Occasionally I run burn or like bleed focused teams. But yeah, I really want a Blade Lineage team.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기 죄가 넘다.
Alright, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
그 슬픈 눈빛, 여기 심장이 잠깐 전.
운명적인 죽음일세.
I haven't.
살을 베어내.
Ezra's genuinely just steamrolling everybody. We don't even need to be here.
침착한 결과에 무상한 목숨 불끈 지원할 뿐 왜냐해 예술을
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무
Yeah, don't worry.
나머진 녀석들
For Hong Lu, I already have a bunch of ideas I could use for boys, like Lord of Lu. Yeah, if you... Oh, you're Ishmael. Yeah, if that's the case, then I could use your Ishmael, because right now,
그런 관심은 사용하지
I don't think this one has any, like, it's more... Is it more... Yeah, it's more rupture focused than poise. Let me just clean these dudes up real quick. Okay, I'm gonna leave that one because I want to see her animation. I genuinely looked at the trailer for the new IDs. She looks so sick. Genuinely, the arms thing is so sick.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
검로 확보. 여덟, 앞으로 하나.
Oh yeah, I read that her kit is basically... I don't know how to explain. It's sort of like a team... It feels like a team-up ID with like Lord Lu and Mao Faust, or like S-corp, the S-corp duo. Basically like an ID made to work with another specific ID. I basically described like half the IDs coming out, but like that's all it is.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
That should be all of them. Surveying the ID with measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp herb flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. She basically works like an apprentice. Huh, they're not changing back. It doesn't look like beating up distorted ones reverses them immediately up this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu, I'll search here. Urza and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation, without even taking a moment to catch their breath. After a battle, they began searching the space. Pretty. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden flash. Pretty, I could not make sense of the situation, because thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon. Apologies, it would appear I overlooked the briefing into the urgency of this predicament. This, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location type distortion. I started Distortion Detective like a couple days ago. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm most likely definitely finishing it right after I'm done with this Intervallo. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. And for this one, looks like the distortion has already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They usually don't get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and why what happens when they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by the way, I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it, it warps. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress organ distortion even if we whip these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over there. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in double robes. And these are the glyphs emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu misspeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chu Uncons, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-corp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobai could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobai, that wretched affiliation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice, an excuse of their power mongering, nothing more. So-called taboo hunters of S-corp operate by much the same anatomy. The breaching of taboo summon the hunter, as the hunter first sees his prey, to thereafter frame the capture to his invented transgression. If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they only need to decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobai, such as what S-corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture a mentor, or Yisong? Or me, perhaps, or none of us. You mean to say that there may be conceptual forms of Juonocons generated by distortion? This is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow, as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-corp and its Juonocons have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Juonocon suggests a possible correspondence to Isang memories. Well, conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's storm collectors weaken the hypothesis, in which the most plausible theory is this particular distortion could have stemmed from the bamboo-headed Kim or Aingdu's memories. Aingdu's brows was furrowed and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show off trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of frustration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. But my eyes. Screw you, damn. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here, I think this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back, so this is why I kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The S-corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged in distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. First, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Shuonacons. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's teams through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Okay, I'm gonna add you right after I finish this, like, ending cutscene. Huh. What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Babu-headed Kim is right now. How did he get there already?
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면
Hell.
본인
Okay, let me
또한
just
감히
move.
나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면 본인은 더 이상 죽을 일도 외로울 일도 없을 테지.
Yep, this. There you go. I said you. Yeah, I love it. You know who he reminds me of? I already said this earlier to myself. He reminds me of like Chesed, Roland, and Netzach all in one. Another thing he reminds me of, for some goddamn reason, is Sans Undertale. I don't know if it's like the lazy attitude, the glowing blue eye, or what, but he just reminds me of Sans. I'm not sure why. Like, he just got that vibe to him. I thank you. I'm gonna use your, like, I can do ID for this because I ain't got shit on me. Well, I can use all of them here. All right, where is it? Hell yeah. Okay, now we have 3. Is it worth it? Ask with me, ball.
전시 준비는 부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
And then this to just like replace. Yeah, so we can have that like full poise. I don't know why I have this as like low level stuff. Hit me. Yeah, I only have Otis, and I only uptied and leveled Otis just for this. Like, the struggle is crazy. No, I do have Sinclair, I think, but I just don't have his shards. Loki, I'm gonna just equip him for the bonus. But I don't have, like, didn't have the thread and the shards to, like, uptie him up. Would I? Actually, idea. I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna get the thread from here. That should be enough to like get him up to 3. And I do have a level 60 ticket. I was planning to like save that as like a collection thing, but nah, screw it. I'm gonna just use it. I need this team. I'm gonna read the upties later. Like stories later. Because like I'm not trying to bog down because it's already taken a while. Almost 2 hours for like 5 nodes. I'm gonna read the uptie stories later when I actually get the chance. I don't have Dawn or Faust now. I really wanted to like keep this, but like, yeah, screw it. For the blade lineage, it's worth it. What do I? I could probably I can probably get the shards, and the thread I'm gonna have to do like one more node. Anyways, that's... It is what it is. We ball. Yeah, they are good. The blade lineage genuinely, like, I can't stress it enough. In Ruina, bamboo-headed Kim, like, to claim their bones is just so funny. Just a super high rolling counter die. Just absolutely demolish a dude. With just the ego. Okay, that's great. That's insane. I mean, just to show you how overpowered this shit is. I, like, look at this. I already have, where is it? Oh, I haven't spent it all yet. This is next week, the first moment I'm getting this. How much? I need to get some more. I really need to get some more. I keep losing it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. And then don't think I'm just gonna take her like for the boys.
이번 임무는 내가 나갈게.
대상 확인했어.
We're killing these two. And then getting another boy's ID here in there.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell. What's up with these gifts? They're showing up out of nowhere. He's trying his best to talk about because he's a... Yeah, I also was trying to save my best. Like, trying my best to save for Thumb. Until I saw the notification for that. Oh, hello Jade Fit. How you doing? Yeah, I was also trying to save. Until I saw that bamboo-headed Kim was pulling up to the function. Like, it gets crazy. Doing it, thank you. Just going through this Intervallo, I'm genuinely geeking out. I've been waiting for this for so long, you don't even know. How should I know, but judging by their getup, they seem like S-corp fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, you just had to go barking at them. I'd have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked out of something important, we'd be one sketchy hell. Listen, bud. Not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you not going to milk that? Excuse me. What? You got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. He's just there. Is that the end of your troll performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends, had there been a cup of fine makigoli to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever. He's on go. Goddamn. For your happy ass. Who gives a toss? How am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Don't know they were an anchor to the performance. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Behind you, there's... Wow, he took all those double-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Just throwing strays full auto, it's crazy. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering Blades and Miriam tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it. It was so funny. He said, I don't... Like, yes, they did sacrifice, like, the whole mysterious aura thing, but I genuinely love his character. It's so goddamn cool. Okay, who we... This dude. Like, the fit is insane, though. Yeah, I don't think I'm at the part where it takes much thought. I'm just gonna run him. Loki. It's a skill 3 though. I gotta use it first. Yeah, these early fights seem really light. I feel like it's about to ramp up so much from here. Right, we do this. I really want to see this. Yeah, he is peak. He is like awesome. I low-key love him even more now. And of course, he's gone first. Like, that charge up is so goddamn cool. Actually, I want them to roll heads though. 12k on, damn, that's just insane, honestly. Like, I'm over here struggling to get, I mean, that's probably me just sucking with, like, at MDE, but I'm struggling to get up to like 10k using House of Spiders for Yoshu, and you tell me this girl doing 12. And oh hell yes, it's actually procced. They actually won the clash. They're gonna regret that. God damn. Yeah, yo, what is that? What is that? What the fuck? What? Yo, huh? Yo, what? Ha. That looked cool as shit. What? That was I did not expect that at all. The fuck? Arrange information. If this unit inflicted intelligence gathering on enemy, heal 10 SP. When using a clash of identical rank to the skill photographed, defense skills and ego skills are counted separately as far as a turn end. Okay, this is a bit confusing, but this looks cool as hell. You get it's all poise fusions and all B oh yeah, okay, that is insane. All right, because blade lineage was their own thing before. Now since they're Blemmer, Blois, yeah, the potential is through the roof. Pinning nail, max stack 10. Turn start, gain 1 offense level down for every 2 bind, max 3. Turn start, gain bleed equal to stack on tremor burst, gain bleed count equal to stack. Turn end, gain bind equal to stack next turn, max 6, then lose 1 stack. Okay, can't. Not sure. Current coin attack and inflict on intelligence gather. Okay, so basically kill them before they photograph your skills. That makes a lot of sense. And they want me to use it on this, so I'm gonna use it on that. Alright. You're supposed to be a god too, you're not but a slave. No, that's too risky. Oh, we just jumped the hell out of you. $82 on floor. Everything you say makes me just want to build this team. Like, you see me currently building that full team in real time. I mean, shit, yeah. Okay, I just got sold. I was already interested, but I just got sold even more on the idea of like building this team right now. I was planning to wait until like the season is near the end. I already have most of the stuff I need, but now I'm building that shit immediately. Damn. Okay, yep, they're all staggered. Claim his bones twice. I don't have a third, but like, yeah, just jump this dude. Yeah, I'll finish this dude off. Oh, it only takes, yeah, these two, and then you just also over there. Ooh, right. This coin. Oh, this is the unopposed one. Damn. I forgot she does that. So let me get this straight. Dude was just here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I could not say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without a purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to at least give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? Yeah, I could see Aindu being completely broken in MD once I actually get her and I'm able to use her in like a full team. I could see her doing a bunch of damage. Not like we could stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't even do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was just being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward. But nope. When LCA got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... See, I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses made us hold our tongue for this very reason. She knew very well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood precisely in such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who would lock down the elevators that went to the LCE department. He was soloing the ring. Damn. That's another... He's just so cool. I'm gonna keep saying that the entire stream. Y'all gonna be here for like however long. Y'all just gonna be hear me saying how cool he is over and over again. I'm just full fanboying at this point. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there. But Recovery Ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He just somehow caught on and did the job himself. Huh. I heard it's all thanks to him that the facility's team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief way faster. And that helped the LCA actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting again. So he's one of the main reasons we were able to win that. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back with it. Yeah, it looked like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside a building back during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no help in it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he doesn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff arched his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Cockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, Well, could be the bloke got some stupid sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he would hear that kind of shit too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time where we were explaining a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks, and like he'd lost his bloody mind. Uh-huh. That does sound like someone who just lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling, whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock you back like a whale. Sit still. The point is, getting plastered right before turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we were stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was hauled up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths and about how they'd kill him and put him an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. And boss knew we'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure it wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one of the among many coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled up one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask if you would grant him but a little bit of your time, and keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, and then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Oh yeah, I suppose our team leader has her own reasonings for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let's return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I had finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep, pretty hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in this dark this whole time. Fellas under red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aged eyes. Are you looking for the light switch? It's just right here. Alright then, don't turn on the light. I hear Marcel's click warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Bersault, where are you? There he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to the light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyways? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo study studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial number either matches those found at the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certainly that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo share a strong connection. Oh, do you get photos? Oh, bosses are. Yeah, hidden bosses gotta be rage baiting me at this point. Whenever I do an MTE run, when I'm doing good, when it's a good run, like I'm doing hella damage, I'm rolling absurdly high, I get like 1 if I'm lucky. But the moment I get like a subpar run where I'm not really feeling all that confident, I get 3. I got 3 full ones, and I had to skip one of them because it was on floor 15. Like, they genuinely taking a piss out of me. I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have taken in at various places in S-corp's district buildings. Mostly. Hey, wait. I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to the department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by docographer. Persol chimed in, holding about an odd cylindrical container in his hand the entire time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm whenever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. The film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in S-corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to standard fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. These dosographers you mentioned, are the people interested with that job? Yeah, they photograph the information to be poured into the canned experiences. A dosographer. Could such a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but we don't. How do we know they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in S-corp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from the photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by the newspaper, all messy like if you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really super suspicious that this dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know how films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. People don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mersault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylindrical the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop the film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room has not turned on until its development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to incredible valuables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. But wait, can you slow them down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements have arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-corp spin frame team staff were defeated. Deduction based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-corp's spin frame team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase and approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed in the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Mersault, you shouldn't have warned us way earlier. Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. You just been waiting for that to happen, Loki. Not saying anything, just waiting for that to happen. So he can monologue right before. That's a lot. I love that. That's a lot. Okay, now. Give me all of that. Give me all of that. Okay, maybe I should have saved some. I definitely should have saved some for like the actual shit. I am horrible at making decisions. Wait, hold 9. Okay, no, it's just counts as a second help. I thought we were like already like 20 notes in already. After the battle, we don't even get to fight either. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-corp is actually distorted with a flash. I knew had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like a laundry clip to a clothesline. I mistook it for a cumjule at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observations of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into forms of various sites of S-corp, yet those alone remain as they are. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and then again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-corp and N-corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up and then goes slack right after. Other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mersault, who stood right in front of me, with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave them his usual short answer, then returned his usual attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights. Also now, is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once the filament is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Boat? There are people in them. The people in the photograph all look different from one another. Yeah, to pick one similarity between them though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's a city alright, ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we just picked from the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scene around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy? And I've got a clock for a head. No. Salt must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said dosographers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sysfy. There is no method for external parties to access them. Sysfy. What? That's what I can barely pronounce half these words, man. Have some mercy on my. I need some water. I need some water. Hold on, give me a second, please. Yeah, in general, I am not used to speaking this much. Do people who do streams usually have to drink this much water? Because goddamn. Oh, welcome back. Don't worry, I didn't get too far. Still in this like distortion state. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever their exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. Is that popular, huh? The unprocessed based content of kind experiences, known as experience matter, is supplied to processing factories where dosographers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience. An easier example for understanding would be to consider why dosographers take photographs of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the inexpensive property. Demand for hot shoes can experiences is increasing by the day. So that's why the photographs from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can easily be encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography and in of itself. Perhaps they have been captured for desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-corp, that is, the S-corp from the past only Kim and Ang-do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel just off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And even if that obsession is something that refuses to let its memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photos are only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you give me the office catalog? I probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take their request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photograph has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled a radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. WRC. The WRC. I think she said, do we regroup? Clock. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryosho. The rage baiter is back. Hell, I like in the last. Now it makes so much sense to me. Like in the last interval, we learned that she intentionally does this to confuse people. She's just a rage baiter at heart. Rodio's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rodeo, are you there? What? Dante wants to talk. One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? God, like they're even. Wait, sorry, I couldn't see your messages for a second. My phone bugging. But they're sweet. Yeah, thumb then walp is my expectation because they want you to spend money for the thumb because it's been hyped, and then so people will spend more actual money on like the Walpurgis. So yeah, it's most definitely gonna be thumb then Walpurgis. But speaking of Walp, they did say this Walp is gonna be based on like library guests. Who do you think would add? Just one of everything. Hey, can you grab extra or brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on the TF. They're packaged. Yoshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard rattling again for some reason. I never know. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this all about? Closer look. Baskets in the first photograph that Mersault had brought me. Where's that baker you're at? Ooh. We might get. No, I feel like Liu and like the thumb. We might imagine it is like thumb IDs, but I feel like it's too early to go into like the last receptions of Star of the City. So I don't think we're gonna get Zhao, Kalo, any of those anytime soon. One thing that annoys me that I'm sad we're already past it. I really wanted like an Oliver, not an Oliver. What was his name? Was it the Wedge Office? The people from Wedge Office. I genuinely forgot the dude's name. But yeah, they're pretty cool. And they're like key pages and the combat pages are pretty awesome too. So even if it might not be like something big, I hope we get their IDs at some point in the game. Like their IDs are actually, wait, what is this number? I just noticed it. What is that number? I guess I'll figure it out. I know you're looking for. I don't know why, but I have a feeling, just some weird feeling, it's gonna be related to like Gay's office or something. I'm not sure why, just an intuition. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her, and then gave me a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches, is to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they were all wearing the same uniform? Asking the questions on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, I guess it's from the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. If he inquires that the cannery should bring us to the informant we need. Yeah, you're right. But it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by distortions, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these scan experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the dosograph of the building of my choice. He dosographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a nosographer of the lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Master Mersal, are these kind of experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is the only one of several markets. Those who indulge in kind of experiences may experience venturing on expeditions to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as their men seated where they are. They may, however. A magic can, allowing one to pursue any dreams the heart may conceive. Verily, I convince my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Oh, he looks angry again. Mass-produced scan experiences are made from basic experience patterns mixed with various modified information. The resultant product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it's unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. As a piece of memory refined along numerous processing stages of the Memory's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in the previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures or tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by can experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that the users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns in the can experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Are thou implying that the users are made content with devouring for a dream stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped within one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth fairly, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? The resultant dream, or said not the spirit to gallop toward it? Yeah, I struggle with voicing her. My tongue cannot work this good. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying today? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions. I was just patient enough to answer them politely. Wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after counting up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy a bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true that we scared off the other customers. Understood, given the expenses made to facilitate this operation. The lack of bar budgeting should not pose a problem. This is he pulled it up out of nowhere, bro. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an interest at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp onto it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. He not best, but I don't think he taking that as well. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next. Roof and all. Let's get away from here. Manager. Marcel approached me as he walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something, brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of that film, prior to your instruction. Oh. So this is a film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up right against the sun or another source of light, as it is a reversal film. The images should be visible as though they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he told and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see it too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It's hard to make out the details because the images were too small, could still tell the ship was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? The same pose in all of them? You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning left to turning to our— oh, it's an animation. It's a video. They were all squinting up on tiny frames. The film as Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down and then you make one small change each page. Start the arms up higher and higher, till they raise all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. The class was called Introduction to Motion Picture. Why is he scared of that then? I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage of violation of S-corp style. Oh, I see why he's tweaking it. That's taboo broken. We're about to get cooked. YouTube is legal in S-corp. We now know that. Taboo. Continuable. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have the kill him. It would take long, but yeah, just scroll through each one. There we go. There. Wait, did I not? Hold on. I forgot to include the support ID. Goddamn. So just some results words. My hand reflexive threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have broken a taboo. My mind began to race, traveling through the orange journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at S-corp and caused the wing to bite our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilis with us then, and it ended up being not big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners. But some of these taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Some of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. But Miss Faust, what will happen to us? This gets the manager killed. Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. They'll be fine. S-corp's not gonna kill you on the spot for just possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem. The film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When S-corp dude gets here to pick it up, just comply with their commands. Thank them for their service and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of the film roll in the dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that S-corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine severity of taboo violation. The footage image quality of frame rate is within regulations. S-corp won't be seeking their fixers out on our butts right away, and that could buy us some time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Is that what they're really sniffing around for? Is how close to reality the video is, or how close to an experience it provides to real life? So even if we're really unlucky, and they actually come after us to go to find us, long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Result: I trust that you are knowledgeable in the subject concerning S-corp. Yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? I just picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Result. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Not waiting for Result to finish, Otis unrolled the film while raised it against the sky. Rest of you, get over here. You must really analyze the frames. The frame canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis, look upward towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between flames, doesn't it? The photographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe that's just a gloomy sort? Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises from gloom, but not from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to make an actual footage by moving very slowly. That is a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been thrown on the floor ever since Urza punched him, stepped into this conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the window still. See how it's noticeable shifts between each frame. Whoever made this knows their crafts for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then, the likely scenario must have been the creator of this film deliberately made the subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violated its taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be on the clean from now on, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Yeah. That he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test S-corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seemed that reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is taboo violator on the run. But what motive could they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell, the drive to do something that takes away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-headed Kim, as he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through his camera, and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck he was trying to do with it. Those aren't. Hey, don't worry, man. I'm chilling. Gee, I hope the food is pretty damn good. Yeah. See, I don't know if it's just my memory between, like, how, like, the time gaps between the intervalos, but I do not remember story nodes taking this long. They feel like they're taking longer and longer. I've been trying to screen it using a projector for all the part of the backstage to see. What? Wouldn't that make everyone here, even those unwittingly, he came across the projection? Right on, and if it made Fox violators of taboo. But why would anyone? So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I surrounded the opposite street, and apparently, some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make a name a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. For it to guess, he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas. Yeah, like, the dialogue is getting longer with each intervallo, honestly. This is not a type of intercourse we record the videos. Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet blokes are run down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track down this guy? Multiple individuals in the same garb as a pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, ain't that convenient? Maybe you can play like a festival or convention and just tell people like they're involved with what you're looking for. They'll lead us right to wherever they need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling out about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And it was common for those plaid shirt fellows to walk around like they're scanning the area. Did they also go around checking people against photographers? Click Vince. Please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at. Huh? Perhaps you could answer the series of your queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Yeah, I might back out real quick to like get the ID. I forgot to equip it, honestly. Hold on. I forgot to equip the ID.
이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Yeah, but there's so much dialogue. It's actually like my throat is getting dry. I need I'm gonna have to be drinking a lot of water to get through this.
언제든 어떤 것이든 갈아버릴 구덩이가 되면 등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Yep. Okay, skip this.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌.
Are they this?
우리 중지가
Okay, percent. I see.
감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Ooh. Yeah, I can try it after, but that means I'm gonna have to not use undo to actually be able to use it. But yeah, I am willing to try that for like at least once. Oh yeah, I already read these, so I don't need to read it again. A favorite here, favorite there. There we go.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 저련.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, like, using the ID itself for the team, not just like the draw boost. But yeah, I am gonna try it like next combat node. What? Oh wait, I don't think I've read their passives. Like Aindu's. I don't think I've read her passives.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니.
Ooh.
여기 좀 낫나?
Right. Acupuncture. I just 33 here. Gain 2 poison, inflict 2 bleed. Coin power +1 for every 6 poison cell plus bleed on target, max 2. Add 3 plus haste, base power +2. Gain +2 poise count. On clash one gets more poise count. Gain 2 poise, inflict 1 bleed. Gain 2 poise, 1 bleed. Gain 2 poise, inflict 2 bleed count. Gain 2 haste next turn. To claim their bow wounds. This collision is not regular defense because you plus 0.5% damage for every 1% missing HP on self, max 25%. Deal plus 100 plus 10% damage on critical hit for every haste on self. Base power +1 for every 4 poise on self plus bleed on target, max 4. 3 poise, 2 bleed, and 2 paralyze. So yeah, I've read, like, when the kit came out, I was about like, a He Ego should not be this cheap. I get it's like tailor made for Blade Lineage Mentor Mersault, but like a three pride own up, like just 3 pride for a nuking ego is insane. Okay, and 1 move workshop, inflict 1 blade, get 1 move workshop. Even the balance was in played. Okay, the damage max 100%, consume all move workshop PE. On self, gain 5 points, 1 bleed, 1 bleed, 1 bleed, 5 haste, and reuse coin. Damn. Nice to clash in it.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가 살을 베어내고
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿아도록 베어내고.
방금의 공격, 혹신 그 자체였다. 한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고, 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Alright. I don't have anything that can clash this, fortunately. So we're just gonna have to... Yep. Who's this targeting? Also Ezra. Yep, okay, so I can ignore that for the most part. Oh, this actually can clash. Hold on.
벤담이 사월을 훌륭한 단말만해요.
Yep, goodbye.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주니까.
I wonder if we're gonna get like an Ezra ID maybe on the BACK or something. It's looks pretty likely, honestly.
네 상대는 나야.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버렸군. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
Echo Shear gets replaced if I use a defense skill, doesn't it?
이 시계 소리 또한
It doesn't matter, anyways.
좋습니다.
These are like the last 5.
망설임이 없도록.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
And
옛
yeah, an Ezra Don
그런
Quixote ID would go insanely hard. That with like a Mersault. No, we already
이벤트는 보여줘야지.
no here. Okay, since Bamboo-Headed Kim is now LCD, I don't think Mersault is gonna get the Vespa ID. He's most likely will, but it's just gonna be weird, like stacking 2 of them on one person, because then you wouldn't be able to make a full LCD team.
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Unfortunate.
물러서지 않겠습니다. 한수가 이어졌다면 몰아떨굴 수밖에. 비와 요격. 겨냥 한수가 이어졌다면
Okay,
몰아떨굴
hey,
수밖에.
I love to see that. Okay, we're 2/3 through the canto. Real quick, I'm gonna get some of these. Yeah. Some of these so I can like get. I mean, I love how this looks. This is so funny to me. It still feels weird seeing like realistic stuff in Limbus. But how many? I have one. Just one. Oh, because I just sharded Pinky Sinclair. Question is, do I save these boxes or do I use them to like uptype for him? Uptype for Salsu Sinclair. Fuck his Weeball. There we go. Yep. And there we go. Now he'd be rolling more than pathetic numbers. Who else? Her. I mean, I can, but I do. Do I want to? Because I'm saving up for middle. Nah, not right now. Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it. Pursuit.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Oh god damn it! I forgot again. This on bullshit. Okay, good thing there's not like a story on this one, because I can just go straight back, equip the thing.
감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
아직 안 끝났어. 내가 곧 당신들의 원망대로 끝물을
Support.
우물이 되면
Confirmer soul.
잊고 싶은 무언가를 언제든 어떤 것이든 갈아버릴 구덩이가 되면 가장 먼저 내게 버려질 자들은
For her, yeah, I guess you're gonna keep that one.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
A 30k? Oh hell no.
안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 복식.
Okay, so I guess it's until use. Interesting. Because it said like always activates. I guess it just gives him the form after. Okay, she's on that dude, so I don't gotta do much there.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
하나.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Oh yeah, okay. Wait, does No,
네 상대는
I
나야.
don't quite remember the thing. Oh, you get it after you pop ego. I thought it was like on death, or like ally death, because if that was how it worked, it would have synergized really well with this Ryoshu. Oh, okay, wait a minute. For 4 turns after you pop the ego, isn't that just ego synchronization? They gave us ego synchronization in the most roundabout way possible. I like them. They could have just given us that at this point. No need to do all that. Oh, so there's like the
물러서지 않겠습니다.
well, that's weird because alright, okay, yeah, I'm gonna try it with this one, see if it actually works. Because if it works, then god, holy hell, the poise team is about to go crazy. Like, I could just have, like, Ryoshu with the Blade Lineage team, and just have her kill one of the House of Spiders teams at, like, each turn, so she can just always keep that buff active.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 거. 저라.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
Okay, now.
감히 중지를 건
Okay, it didn't work. Unfortunate.
새기고 기억하는
Or is it like a from the hold on. Okay, yeah, you just use it, and then after you do that, it just cycles. You just keep cycling them. after you use it the first time. Oh yeah, now I have enough. I do have enough. Hell yeah. Everybody getting slimed. I don't care who it is. Let me just pick off these dudes in here because I don't want them to like... Why am I using... I don't want them to take the full thing away. Yeah, I'm for... Was he targeting? Oh, okay, she's defending, it's fine.
감상은 어떤가요?
상대는 나야. 어머, 놀랐어?
Hey. I'm not even gonna speed this one up, bro. I'm trying to watch the animation. Like, look how cool this is. Honestly, no, that might be... I was about to say this one like up there with Queen of Hatred, but Queen of Hatred just got like that shit on. I don't even know. Like, yeah, that ego is so goddamn cool.
중지를 건드려? 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 적결한다.
Yeah, like, let me... Yeah, god damn. I know I do getting PTSD from looking at this. Okay. Yep, this looks so cool. Bruh, look at this. Shit. Yeah, I can spam it, but I'm trying to test a theory. Is that if I somehow like pair it up with House of Spiders, her killing the allies would just perpetuate the Drink to the Fallen passive. Because if that actually somehow works, ooh, I'm about to lock in. Oh, congratulations! I know that was fun as hell. She's selling horribly. Look at the effects. God damn. They did my boy justice. Holy. Of course, he missed with 30 ASP. Of course. Yes, of course he did.
그 자체야.
그냥 5배.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Ishmael with her, like doing that kind of stuff, she's definitely a damage dealer up there with Kim.
숨 막히도록 견뎌야 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
Okay, he's 3, so I don't gotta do shit with him. Hopeless. That's what I'm counting on. Ooh, this about to go crazy. Oh, we about to go crazy on him.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 예측, 그럼 안녕, 몰아치는 것을 처절한 원문.
Yup. Look at this effects! I'm tweaking. He just murked everybody. He just killed everybody.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고
That is just, you know what? I'm not even gonna. Yeah, just die. Just die. Yeah, I cannot handle. I want this week to go as fast as possible so I can immediately get him the start next week. The resentful. I think I read it before it released, but I haven't read the actual numbers. And kills his oh, all right. That was what it. I thought it would lower his clash power by like 2 or 3. It got him down to 0. It's genuinely disgusting, and I love it so goddamn much.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
Yeah, I am tweaking. I want this ego so much. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Yeah, it shreds his clash. It is... Yeah, because the main struggle when using him is that the opponents most of the time just have shit clash power. Like, they're not gonna do a thing. This passive, that doesn't even matter. You're just nuking them. They have no choice. Service disclosed is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. But what are they snapping away for? Then spraying behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups. How do I draw? I can kind of see why they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Result stood a few steps away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Rasol. I was struck by this sense of brief yet strangeness, like the strange, they said the thing, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Yeah, I've read the ego corrosion. 4 full coins, just slash it. It's just Virgil. At that point, you're just playing Virgil. That's just full Virgil, bro. He got the swagger of Virgil, he got the DPS of Virgil. Yeah, that's just Virgil. The ego is just that's just Virgil ego synchronization. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's anything you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager, I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflating, concise, and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that he told himself that this was a specific response to situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, I prepared an answer, written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. as though this particular answer had always been the one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, pointing him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my non-proverbial tongue as to be let out, so I did. It would be nice to know if you were what you're looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject, my guess, are just unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation. So he can't even say what he's looking at. Is that severe? Damn, bro. You'd hate to play I Spy With My Little Eye with this dude. He just would not say anything. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself in the smallest peek into Marcel's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager, yeah? Another battle is imminent, as you have previously instructed. I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Lock, are you gonna sit there all day while you do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. They must have been on their way to that building. Our path seems clear, Executive Manager. Let's neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Rassault had predicted. We made our way into the building. How did you already clear out the shop? This came out yesterday, bro. How many mirror dungeon runs did you do? And battling enemies who had precisely arrived at the time we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes who fought downstairs might have been weaker than the ones of the bunch. How does S-corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit was alone. No, I'm quite certain there was from the sequent reports. The S-corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen people or so. They thinking sending forward like us to deal with an organized taboo violation. They should have sent Taboo Hunter here instead. Regarding all this, bro, this event is here for a month. You don't need to do that in like one day. Thinking sending forward like us to deal with an organized taboo violation. They should have sent Taboo Hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That's one of them. All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whirl of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. The final piece of blue lock puzzle ASAP. Okay, yeah, makes sense. I get you on that. We've been waiting for Blade Lineage content for years at this point. Standing in the middle of a shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on Juono-kun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Man, shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered a commanding voice. quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. I'm so finished. Oh yeah. Don't worry, man. I'll probably be here, still like going through it. Enjoy your food. Ah, that was a good stretch. Been here for like 3 hours. Ow. Panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, eyeing do. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in S-corp gets? Of course, I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly embodied by Kim's comment. Perhaps believing that seeing the video could be incidental exposure incurred while doing violators in corp employees who also open their eyes begin to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I got myself a good look at the machine, firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white records on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you, blindingly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is this folly about witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel harbors false lingering delusions are not even a brew of echo to the dodged execution of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the S-corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my wind guides me, my dear fellow. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now what that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I started? Past all words a reason. I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the S-corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming it into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms about showing me the... Does he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting into the fathoms of one's heart is? Has got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver, conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you, blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. This is a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Pop. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take this damn time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came to view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-corp, followed by a bamboo-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Juon-kun. Mentor! Keep that up, and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these damn drenched in cold sweats. Dreams. The way they might bind and drag you away. Yeah. This isn't so bad, is it? Just these fog so far, unlike earlier when another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first thing first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our missions back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wide all day for this exact reason. And so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Pow. They're gonna keep lying me, bro. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today is over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of the Juon-kuns this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh, they look cool as hell. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that is just as tall. The armor, and a great Hwando of the Sol Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. Ugh. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and nocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Ge-yong-il. How do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Juon-kuns began to swarm us. Ooh, he looks so cool. Wait, are we gonna have him? Wait, is he? Wait, 1, 2. He's not. Interesting. Okay, this is a new person, and they look cool as hell. They genuinely cooked with all the designs in this Intervallo. Hold on, this music though, hold on. This music though, wait. I'm vibing. Hold on. I gotta find somebody gotta upload this OST. I'm adding this to my playlist immediately after. Develop memories. Upon entering the encounter, gain 3 memory transition. Base stack 30. end, lose 1 stack. At 1 stack, retreat at turn end and transition to a different location. Returning to battlefield based on the current battle from the homeland. Gain or lose number of times spent in retreat, swordplay of the homeland stack, and in the battle form in the homeland bear hunt, and gain stack when the battle form of homeland tiger hunt, lose stack. When returning to field based on current battle form, homeland gain or lose swordplay of the homeland, Sal. Min stack 1, max stack 9. On skill use, at min or max stacks, convert all coins on this unit uses to unbreakable coins. When his skill is power and coin power shift based on stack. 1 to 2 stacks base power minus 6, coin power plus 4. 3 to 4 base power minus 3, coin plus 2. 5 stack no effect. 7 to 6 to 7 stack base power plus 4, coin power plus 2. 8 to 9 base power plus 8, coin power plus minus 3. Bear hunt uses a pattern made of single coin skills. Gains advantage at higher swordplay of the homeland. Okay, yeah. The mountains of S-corp, District 19, are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creatures is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. But from homeland tiger hunt, multi-coin skills, advantage at lower swordplay homeland Sal stack. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Fail to do so, and a tiger will escape death, or as its opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain, where these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men, or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Dujong Burgundine, Sal, Iron Bulwark. Take minus 30% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, rupture, sinking, rounded down. Gain the effects of fixed panic. If this unit is panicked at turn end, reset SP to 45. Upon entering the encounter for the first time, gain 5 Dujong Burgundine, Sal. Max stack 5. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack. Min 1 rounded down. Shield gain due to this effect does not expire at turn end. Combat start. Gain 1 defense level up. Defense level down for every 2 stacks. Rounded up. Deal plus stack times 2.5% slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. When the expires, end encounter. Interesting. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-corp's Dujong Burgundine is one example of such armor. Much like R-corp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujong Burgundine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that armor of such potency are readily supplied through combat personnel. For each unit has its own unique controls and comes with their limitations requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as all with formation armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujong Burgundine had extended reach and hidden power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Counter again 5 Sword of the Homeland South. Assume a different battle from the homeland every 3 turns. Turn end, if this unit has shield, gain 5 poise and plus 2 poise count. Next turn. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes both the homeland or lose skill. When this unit lost all clash over 2 turns in a row, does not check for unopposed attacks. Next, in the turn after the turn in which this unit spent in stagger, low morale or panic. In swordplay of the homeland, S-corp's additional or swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches: Sal, Pai, and Pipio. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature, such as Sungians. To perform them in full, a swordman must wield a great Huando capable of bearing the strain of all techniques. Mismatch memories. Turn start. Gain the following effects when in battle from the homeland bear hunt. At less than 5 swordplay of the homeland. Gain 5 minus swordplay of the homeland. Stack fragile. When in battle for my against fragile equal to the surplus, stack past 5. On clash win, gain plus 2 poise count 2 times per turn. The sword has a skill at this unit's skill hit has less than 5% bleed potency. To inflict bleed and plus 2 turn count at turn end. Once per skill, 2 times per turn. Prioritize the main target. There are those who persevere in training for the lack of talent, and there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that Titan of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until they come for this blade of mine soars to the high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. On clash lose, gain 1 head-splitting memory once per turn. Question is, how do I make him lose this stack? Maybe it's like every turn. Oh. Lose stack when taking HP damage. Interesting. I'm going to save this one. Oh, what is she? Okay, she's taking this one. This one is... Okay, guard form. Unaffected by... Okay, 5 poison, 5 poison counting. Crit damage up. Reassume stance, unaffected by surplus of combat. And clash up with assist unit. Inspires our sinners if target skill is as defense exclusive skill. Unbreakable coin. Clash start with 3. Lose or play the homeland soul at the target defensive skill. Select does not activate. Assisted. On hit as an unopposed attack, or on hitting as targets used against assist defense skill, gain 2. So I did need assist defense. Does she do assist defense? Yeah, she does. Okay, so we're chilling. Yeah, no, that ain't worth it. Wait. Oh, unclashable with assist units. I can clash it normally. for that neutral. That is unfortunate, honestly.
벤단 사활을 걸.
Ooh, that's painful.
네 상대는 나야. 가속 펀치.
Oh, that's not good.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어낸다.
중지를 건드려. 전부
Gonna have to use this.
척결한다.
Oh, they're all focusing her. Goddamn. It's all struggling. This is not looking good, honestly.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
육천.
방금의 공격. 혹신 그 자체였다.
Nice. That's just unfortunate.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리다.
중지를 건드려. 전부 새기고
Who
기억해.
now, however,
척결한다.
we're handling these two, so I can probably work with these two. There we go. We pop this.
숨을 거두리라.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
무상한 목숨. 불끝 지원했군.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
Now we're free to actually fight.
이 안정감 있고
The hell is this?
푹신 최상이군.
This is new.
푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
What if we just break the projector? What happens then?
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Did not need to use that. I guessed it. Waste of an
이
ult.
순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 베어냈어.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버렸고 13조 이하를 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
검주먹 모드.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며
Yep, clear out everybody here.
하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Why not use all the stronger stuff? Because I'm gonna need that in the clash next one.
전공 모드.
하, 웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Just in case. This over here.
삼켜지기 전에 되겠다.
Ooh.
하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Hopeless. I'd love to see that. -2 base power is actually crazy though. Yeah, I know, just pop off on him.
달빛이
Mmm.
문까지 발진난을 떠.
Love to see that. We're just putting paralyze on paralyze on paralyze on him.
예측, 그럼 안녕, 몰아치는 것은 처절한 원망.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기.
He lost
죄가
one. It's good.
벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
I'm not gonna risk it.
벤단
이
서울을
순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, because I need to keep paralyzed on him. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the food. Honestly, I'm not sure if he has like a second phase, but honestly, it's just the start that was hard. Everything else now is just going smoothly. I don't know if that means... Yeah, I am using the ego. The ego honestly doing hella damage.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡힌
Okay, this is this now, so I'm gonna just use it to cycle real quick.
푹신한 날에
Yeah, because he lost it, I need it to cycle. When this clash, then get out. Ooh, nice. I'm honestly hungry. I'm probably gonna get some takeout tomorrow. Because right now it's 7 p.m. and I don't have time to go outside because after this, I'm probably gonna watch like the World Cup match. Like the second rounds. I need some for this. I really don't want to be using ego for that. I'm a gamble. I'm a hope I hit heads and he hits tails.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
그 소재 가져갈래요.
Also, on a side note, I've been meaning to ask someone. I don't really have any ideas, so if you have any like ideas for a stream or something, do tell, because I just been like streaming only when there's a Limbus update, because I have no other ideas, honestly. Like any game, anything. Because I'm generally just bored. Like, I love this game, but I'm also trying to like diverse a little. It's... God damn it. Nope, it's not. That didn't work. Damn, that did not work at all. He got staggered so fast, it did not even work.
중지를 건드려 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤
Okay, yeah, I was correct. Her killing people does give him... Ooh, that better be good. I don't know. Oh, goddamn, that's what... I don't know if that's a bot or not, so I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, so she does give him swordplay of the homeland. I mean, yeah, drink to the fallen. It's pretty damn cool. Oh wait, okay, she's crushing him. She's against him, but we're still gonna do that. So everybody else just on the machine. Oh, damn.
필연적 절대적 검주먹 모드
Oh, so if I'm just trying to find some, because so that's what I'm saying. Genuinely, just
한 놈의 죽음으로
here's the
죄가
fell bullets.
저기
Killed a
벌벌
few
떨고 있는
bad.
나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. See, the fell bullets kill. I'm not sure if it's guaranteed. I can try, but I'm just not sure it's guaranteed. But otherwise, I will try to do so.
예측할 수 없게
Oh yeah, she's got that. She got it. She got that.
예측, 그럼 안녕, 몰아치는 것을.
Back to this.
중지의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각해. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
Yeah, it's fatal resist. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Because with her, you can have like a setup. You have, you know, your blade mersaults, your Rangdu. You have like your good ideas, and then you have like you leave 2 slots to spare. One you take like her, and then the other one you just have it cycle through the House of Spider IDs. So you can just, whenever after the ego ends, you can just use her defense skill to like kill them one by one and keep the buff active. They're wasting their skills, their like strongest skills on the weakest enemies. This some stupid stuff, honestly. Hopeless, so I get it. Yeah, I'm gonna just take the L on it. Honestly, I'm gonna just use this. Oh, low-key, I want to see the corrosion is negative coin though, so yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm gonna use this to like re-up the passive. This should be good.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고
Here's my... I don't know how to use overclocks, because I try to use them, but the SP thing is what bothers me. Like, I wouldn't be able to get the most out of them without low SP. So yeah, I just don't know how to use corrosions.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원이
Wait, another empty brother. But you got a month. This is supposed to satiate you for a month. You don't need to be doing all that.
망을 참아. 숨을 거둔다.
Sort of shot. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm honestly that sorry dude who I just do like one. Yeah, I low-key just do like one an MDE a week, and then if I need shards, I just do a few more. I don't really be in the dungeons for like 5,000 years. Hopeless. Damn, interesting. Am I about to need an ego for this? To fight? Okay, this is favorite. I can just switch those. The passive get upped again. Yeah, it's up again. The thumb waits for no one.
그려는데
Yeah, they're just at this rate.
이 순간이
What if the Walpurgis is thumb? Like we get Callow. If we get Boris, I'd be hyped. I want Boris. Ooh, oh. I shall set my form aright. Oh, that look cool. What is that? Just a little more. I don't think I will smash through that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah. But it's really hard to focus on one thing with a huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It make our lives a lot easier if you could get rid of just one of them. Battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't we were up against a surmountable amount of foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. But shite. Haven't they had enough? About time they given up, innit? Look, yeah, from what I saw on Twitter when they first teased the ego, everybody was talking about, oh, this is the first time we hear Mersol's voice actor laughing, like actual laughing in the game laughing. I have a feeling, I have a vision, we're gonna hear him laugh for real in like his Canto 10. But yeah, people are tweaking over this. Oi, don't you go legging in again. The big sword carrying fella sure risking our buzz, but I don't know if their key is solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Or it gets blocked and it ain't like we can stop him mid-fight. Strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between S-corp and S-corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Kyung-il, who was winging that great blade with fighting force. Besides, Ogafar is back too. Shall be done. S-corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest lured S-corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, instead rely on sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there any way we can deal with the endless reinforcement S-corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Jong-up or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I speak freely, said the manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield is situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there's an unpredictable variable in the strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped on the battlefield with but a single exit, which enemies have already blocked. Without reservoirs of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seemed that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms, but how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. Then the LCB regular check back about the LCE. He said that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where that bright flash takes us, and covers the twisted character of S-corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for distortion then? Weinheim had provided us the necessary keywords for this distortion back then, but this time we had to figure out on our own. First thing first, one of them has to be photograph. It's always been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps Experience may be one of them. Sam put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from a battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with the Experiences staining his every tale. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. Must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a thorough line to encompass technology that was core of his obsession. Canned experiences? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then. Photograph can experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Well, it got a photograph they could use to make can experiences. And that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning the words shook the distortion and caused that tripling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Story? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might cause him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your beats one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest. To it, he has been poking around this area of town in an eye-wateringly expensive camera in low tone, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd slightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards a nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune for what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune or reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. Then cold drain drips through the roof, when mold tip humidity together and rose from earth. The mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evolved, in a form indistinguishable from darkness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it had been more accurate to say that I had heard in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that his distortion has, among the countless people here, taken particular liking bamboo-headed Kim. Photograph, can experience, and scraps. Like us turning a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us terribly warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the Sorcerer's Fathoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Arza, this is what I have in then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Urza had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle, prepare to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gerger, and several others were still busy holding off the S-corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there for a run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained until Queer can travel through the passway once it's open. So, yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bubble-headed Kim stepped up. My sword arms than it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be talking such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easier for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swarswinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the Sorcerer is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. Or that is what the abomination is gazing into. It is hard then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about. My cat is in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. And not the hard way. That homework. Like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there. Even as the summer break comes to an end. During the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Yeah, it's like... Just... yeah. Lines, which one? Because honestly, I find this whole exchange kind of funny. Just like, eh. She gets covered cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer in. Wait, are we gonna... Is he actually gonna fight with us for once? The line upcoming. Which one was it? Is it you said? Face the homework. Save the GPA. Oh, is it? Is it? She said that thing. Kind of the thing. I don't know. Face the homework. Save the GPA. Hey, I'm currently in uni. I gotta screenshot this. I gotta find a printer, print this out, and then stick it on my wall somewhere. Like, you see people having all their motivational quotes like, oh, you can do it. Nah, I'm gonna have this on my wall. First thing I see in the morning. Face the sin, save the ego. Nah, face the homework, save the GPA. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of an employee. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you a way Team Leader Moses feels safe sending me out along with you guys. It was basically a monster of the week situation for the team leader and me back then in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two other team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter, as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet. All the while, I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over it, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of wind? A mere jest, you needn't worry. She takes things way too seriously. I love that dynamic. If he's actually about to fight with us, this is about to be so peak. I am hella excited. I am hella excited. My voice just multiplied. Goddamn. Ooh, that's the last one. Two, that's the last. Oh, that's the currency count. I was too weakened. Ooh, this is about to go crazy. Okay, support. Oh yeah, we're gonna have Angdu, so there's no point. Yeah, just give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Okay, yeah, 1, 2, 3. That's 100%. I don't think I need more. Yeah, I am so excited for this. It is indeed. It's about to be. I know it's gonna be. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of dungeon into the S-corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery that I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-corp themed haunted mansion. Tis a place hardly fit for human inhabition, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really, I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were set by 7 woes and tenfold more struggle, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those who gaze into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days where the skies were still spotless blue, and without orders from counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine. In this barren world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choja. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There is a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. I'm Im Gyeonggeop. Are you home? Ooh, that looks cool. He looks so cool. Are you home? I asked. What? Ooh, damn. Oh, he had that shit on though in the back. Like, not as much as today, but he had that shit on. Damn. S-corp had that fashion on him. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking out on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our steam corporation would come in person to simply check in on those lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. That's a woman. I just realized that's a woman. She marches forth, vested in war sort armor, yet expect no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha. It harbors no hostile intent. Yeah, why? Who else might she be but military commissioner Gyeonggi, the principals of the famed family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as a principled. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. There's a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I dab you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I was her, I wouldn't let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for friendliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Yeah, fine. You have a point, I guess. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to the sassy gotcha day game pun riddle. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you'd be, so I wouldn't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets of a man they call Kim Lib Bamboo Rain Hat. A man who once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize that the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. Yet with sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, he did find the path of the sword in another way into the nest, as the right state councilor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives he gives yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliment you have towards the right side counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall in the right hands. Not a compliment, just word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Headed Kim. Thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold dead than straight line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners. I would have you laid out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel free to continue traversing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really stalking someone. It's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the lines, so I couldn't in good faith turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under center skin, huh? Perhaps you are such shapes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like the friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she been watching you? I was engaged in the ill pastime of throwing rocks. Well, see, because the game of Sujion. Save them from the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Nah, just throwing rocks for the fuck of it, for the sake of it, for shits and giggles. Beyond thee, it's a wrong deed, good sir. As about it is. People of Pipio, and Sal, in particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Curious, then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Whatever is it that are describing? Here's a well-known truth that S-corp is also known by another name. Salpipio Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry: Sal, B, and Pepio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for cultivation of rice and other grains. Pepio, responsible for meat and livestock. And B, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S-corp, you must have felt the persecution of Pi firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for a balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of chief's aid counselor and monopolizes rice as common folk star. An adherent of the bone, once our wise state counselor, told these to Sal rises to the seat of the state counselor. When such shameless conspiracies permits not the common folk to even till the land as a place, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock, bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of an emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-corp. Oh, the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes. Counselor found rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking to the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react in such as I was carrying a rat. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet or her bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble appending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in dungeons for teaming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When will you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. God damn! Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Not the face I expected at all. Damn. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you've had often mentioned fondly was correct, and I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind an S-corp. I must say, I found myself that relationship most intriguing. I met as a commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the Resident Counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew none of that fellow was none other than commissioner of S-corp. Whose eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second order official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wings at that. Well, I was in service of the rank State Counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you'd like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up on exile from S-corp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you other as a recent one, Mentor. You had made the Blade lineage our home for S-corp. Availed no home for us but the lineage, but you, Mentor. I would rather show you than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? The enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory, all shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. He followed without a word. Ooh, we actually get... Okay, how long is this? Not that long. Like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, yeah. 4 event, 4 combat. We emerge into a dark and muggy cavern, filled with the air so stale it almost feels stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light as to a 4-way fork in the road. A constant powerful gust howled through one in the pass. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of a sorcerer getting his sword. Which path should we choose? Swords. Take a sign of battle. We stood louder and louder until the count's sudden silence stopped. With a storm of stacks stone appeared before us, but none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it with a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Ooh. Red tassel. Yep, 1. Wait, oh, it rounds up to does it? No, I already had him at 60. I forgot. I'm dumb. Yep. So you, boys, and then you cycle through all of you, and then you.
이 경로는 소모되게 나쁘지 않군 거네.
Who do we have with us? Oh, he's right there. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Brand, no. Base offense level minus question mark. Base defense level minus question mark. Ooh, look at that. Look at all of that. Ooh, I love that. Okay, start off with the passives. Fugitive upon Upon entering the equation, upon entering the encounter for the first time, gain brand no. Bearing the also. At 1 poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. This effect cannot stagger unit and does not drop below this unit's HP below 1. Deal plus messing HP percentage yourself divided by 2 damage on critical hit using base skills, max 50%. Swordplay of the Homeland. Combat start. If Pride Resin was activated, gain Pride Resin times 2 poise. Apply 1 slash on all the sinners. There's an assist units, excluding this unit for playing enemy targets, double this effect. Turn N, gain in poison self divided for haste next turn, max 6, rounded down. Gaining points bonus such count using this unit's own skills and coin effects. Apply 1 points bonus and 1 poise count on the sinners, and assist units that do not have poise or have the lowest poise bonus, including units. For Blade Lineage allies, apply 3 points bonus and plus 2 points count instead. And a Blade Lineage sinner as its unit is defeated, this unit loses 10 SP. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. This effect, when this unit X HP that brings it, the X damage that brings the HP down to 0, nullify the damage, then this unit's HP cannot drop below 1 for the turn once per encounter. At 30 plus points bonus, fixes unit speed to 20 next turn, and equip Yield My Flesh in the leftmost skill slot. If Yield My Flesh becomes inaccessible to the skill effect, this effect does not activate. Okay, draw of the sword. 10 plus 4 plus 4 at 5 plus poise, gain power plus 1 plus 2 poise count, gain 3 poise. 3 poise, afflict 2 bleed and 2 bleed count. Acupuncture. On use plus 7 poise, coin power plus 1, gain 3 poise count, gain 2 poise. Clash Wind. On hit, gain 4 poise, deal 20% damage on critical hit, and deal plus 40% on a crit on hit, plus 3 bleed count. Yield My Flesh. 30 minus 8. Target just kill that has the highest max power. Until this skill ends, take minus 2% for every attack. Minimum minus 80%. Damn, that's crazy. Flash power minus 1 for every poison self. Minimum 30. Minimum minus 30. Cannot be staggered from taking damage. Clash Win, gain 5 poise. Clash Lose, used to claim their bones after being hit. Turn End, cannot Yield My Flesh until next turn. Deal plus 150% damage on a crit. Okay, now Overthrow. Clash will counter again. 2 slash power at next turn and next turn. At 8 plus, coin power plus 1. At 3 on use. Oh. Yo. What's up, Heinheim verified LCE Arbiter? How are you doing? Sorry I didn't see the message earlier. I was too busy reading all this stuff. Oh, my YouTube was low-key bugging out. I was not seeing the messages. Okay, gain 5 poise, gain plus 2 poise count, deal plus 80% damage on critical hit. On hit, inflict 8 bleed. To claim their bones, 16 plus 4, coin power plus 1, deal plus 40% for every excess weight beyond the number of actual targets, and focus encounters the parts. Gain plus 4 poise count. Consume all poise on self. Coin power plus 2 for the final coin. Once per damn. Inflict 10 bleed, 2 bleed count. I'm 2 paralyzed. Oh, these two better go crazy. Struggling crazy. Yep, we start out murking everybody we got.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
You can no way. Crazy. Damn. That's a lot of damage.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리까.
Yeah, they're carrying me here. Oh, that didn't work.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Now we get this on the road.
시간 끌 것 없이 이 순간이 다 모조리 치워.
욕참.
방금의 군 혹신 그 자체였다.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
어머, 놀랐어?
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
Ooh, now we're cooking.
그려낸다.
They're in unison.
정해진 운명이라네.
He has the blue eye. Yo, what is that? Wait, Brett. Does he have a... Interesting. But look at that. He got the blue. He's Sans. Like I said, this dude is just Sans Undertale. Yeah. He's dead.
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of S-corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitant for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination akin to a public employment policy in S-corp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. There must have been a misunderstanding something, because when he left the exam ground, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam ground in search of his escort, also bearing and found himself in these alleys. Arshan, what should we do? Step forth. You. The salt opened their mouth and stopped and turned around to where Babu-headed Kim and Angdu were. I am not a resident geographer of the area, perhaps mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let out an audible disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal silver at your flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. But why would you? It's for a good reason. Just do as I say, and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for his assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic vessel. This might be for more dropper brush calligraphy. Though you may have no particular need for this, for I see none of you much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes of this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment, had it not been for the exaggerated cough Kim gave. The youth heard it and it felt without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked him what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips.
미호스러운
But by a water dropper. Against his defense, Ali has okay. Number 1 deployment, 2 haste next turn. Ooh, yep, that's good. That's good. Even more damage. That's what we needed. Even more damage. As if doing that much on a whim wasn't enough. We needed more damage. I don't know if I'm tweaking, but I feel like this is the most amount of people we had deployed at like any point. I might be tweaking, but like 9 people, that's a lot. I don't really feel like cheating.
시간 끌 것 없이 낮도 밤같이 모조리 지워버리죠. 숨이 타도록 베어내.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추면 그게 체격이지. 웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀
목을
났나?
콱 물어버리자고.
He's just balling out. He doesn't need all that.
침착한 결과입니다.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
필연적.
Oh, I shouldn't have won that clash. Damn.
한방 제대로 먹었고. 너희
Oh, he's getting cooked. Hold on.
역참
그래. 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
Oh, damn. Yep, we're all getting staggered. I need some help here.
베어내기 충분합니다.
결정. 해군. 초월.
고작 이
지령에게
정도로
불합리한
쓰러지는
것은
녀석은
없네.
없겠지. 중지를 공격한다는 게 어떤 뜻인지 보여줘야 하지 않겠냐?
물러서지 않겠습니다.
무상한 목숨. 불 그대로 지원했군.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
그려낸 대로.
망을 참아
Damn. That was tragic. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Where did Kim let out a sigh before he even fully exhales? Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone must have noticed us. What should we do? Eeny, meeny, miny, whatever. You. Our prison guard. The woman who called stood there for a moment, nonchalant, trying to gauge. He just, as we stood, I was drawn. Then she walked toward us with a gait that could not be called aggressive. After chatting with us, she called one of the figures in inside the prison. Explain, who are they and what happened? An exchange. While she tried various lines of questioning, shut figure inside a cell, but it was to no avail. Long dead. So that is what has transpired. Hold on. How does that man know what happened? There is no time for idle chatter. You must leave S-corp right this instant. By the time Kim's story had ended, the prisoner's curiosity finally bubbled over the limit and threatened to spill over. As questions. However, the woman who had just learned the truth of what had happened used to engage and focused entirely on removing the current cluster around the prisoner's throat. You can now stay here. There's too much to be done. As for my fellow conspirators, perhaps it would be best that you yourself scarce as well consider your precarious positions in S-corp. Leave the side entrance I used should still be open and unguarded. Leave quickly. She continued to deftly work her hands across the kank, even as she gave us directions so detailed and vivid that we could find our way out of the prison without a map. Meanwhile, Bamboo had Kim over of the corner of the room, picked up a broken piece of wood, pocketing it. On hit against enemies, you have a splash skill inflict one defense level down 2 times per skill. The enemy said ally is plus 3%. Double dip. Ooh, okay, I see. This is what the 1, 2. Yep, we're almost there. 2 more combat nodes, and we on. Even though I'm getting my ass beat, this is tragic. This is actually tragic. Hold on. No, it can be. My life, the experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same bars of pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you? You had a peek into my memories when I distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly, though it was clear in the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his art. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I'd once protected, though it was thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gate and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Tangdu. Take a tall step over my trip. Nah. There were bodies played about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos slit diagonally, and some were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What are they doing at the council? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. I thought I had but a moment to glimpse it. I clearly remembered what S-corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats on the corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-hatted Kim calling them assassins? This corrupt lands, the right state council's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have guts to speak the truth in S-corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, not a state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. A private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like how the great houses of S-corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what's happening, but no, not exactly. If S-corp's circumstances were explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working on the same side is in fact manufactured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual, the chief executive. What assassins had been in the past at least wore masks behind their allegiance. I thought this was no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Walking around the yard, teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking, just how many of them they had sent. Not left side councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at royal court have been foolish. I have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night of finally slay the councillor or die trying. As soon as I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I'm a poor excuse of bodyguard, and I have failed you. With no authority of the foul scheme that was the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty. I depart this life, though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor. What I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see what the favors repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. Creek. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. Said you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite! I like to fillet you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gal you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state councillor who toils day and night as servant to the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. She can collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas. This unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are those only as hard as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damn wars is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the Reverend Right State Councillor out of the royal court. This is audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only the royal court, but the heavens and men alike. The Reverend Left State Councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councillor on matters of state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect the political enemy on the day they wrote on the letter. Yet, a tragedy has struck. Although its license to protect the noble councillor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the grounds by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforce as a criminal and restore rule of the law. You spout senseless drive, rival. I saw your men make their way to the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? I should be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well. My lord? Ulrich leaned next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should know where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state councillor's service? Decided his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? No, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Unkyum. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed or turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the Reverend State Councillor. Thousand curses upon the villain. In his quest for the State Councillor's life, the butcher's man has already watered to the ground S-corp and its laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councillor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. He does, oh villain. Han Hobei! That goddamn dude, he looks cool as shit. Let the aura bonds take you. Fallen far, my friend. I once considered a canton or the Ungyom, and with that brand of nobody sapping your strength. Even your master with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner? Gyeongyup. I hadn't received the order to behead you. That's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hand with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councillors have abandoned me. There's no path forward. Sapipio, our girl industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. So why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you started anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points of the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as you realize it was you who freed me, I'll come after you. It's okay. Like someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as military commissioner. My position in the court is so fickle that it would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the other royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-corp's future is in the need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance. After all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Kyung-yup. Come with me. There's no hope left for S-corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter his den, but wouldn't help it to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes. There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go on now. Go on and build your strength beyond the walls of S-corp. Yet beware of relying or much on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-corp. Well, you know how I am. I go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the river will someday bring you back to S-corp. That's all. Though I had lived a rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the late lineage, became their mentor, and dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Kyung-yup had let me go, I thought I'd escaped the tiger's maw, but I let the game progress with the flow. I soon began realizing that my life was an endless consequence of connecting dies. I was in losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. Those entire lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored too, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. They must be after, yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Damn. Okay, he's getting clashed.
망설임이 없도록.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
Bro, no way. That was so damn tragic. Cause what do you mean he whipped that?
제대로 들어갔군. 중지에 안
불확실한 것은
그저
없네.
무력 행사뿐이라고 생각해. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지. 방금의 공격, 옥신 그 자체였다.
빈틈투성이네. 그대 미래를 과거와 같이.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
예측할 수 없게.
참소.
그 뜻을 해금하겠네.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. Okay, we lost 2. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into the haystack near us. A few minutes later, a small squad of Juonakuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. So a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Juonakuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to go with the criminal, hiding him for some reason. Soon the Juonakuns made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? Point in the wrong direction. Gotta do a little misdirection with them. So he went that way. Appreciate the assistance. Once a group of Juonakuns hurried towards the direction I pointed them towards. The man called the haystack. Seeing that Juonakuns had gone, some of the civilians wanted the man and give them their thanks. So go work you. Can't have those 5 Juonakuns taking no thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. He returned their guide to the polite bow and approached us. You have my thanks. I do not expect to be sheltered by outsiders such as yourselves. But this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? I have no name to give you. But it seems like the common folk here have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I am only stealing the sacks of fries corrupt officials have stolen and returning them to where they belong. Just as the Metro Babu-headed Kim had once done. Ahem. Kim's eked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They have already my thought again. So I'll see you off. In a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment, and Sarah rummaged through his sack, produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite fitting for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew in the shadows. Ooh, finally. Not him though. He's still dead as hell. He's dead as hell though.
교류해. 설레네요.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히네. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 놈. 경기처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
망설임이 없도록.
왕을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 방금의 공, 혹신 그 자체였다.
Damn.
결정.
Did a lot more damage than I expected.
좋아, 실험에게
중계에 안
불확실한 것은
그저
없네.
무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했나? 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
참소.
침착한 결과입니다.
미래를 과거와 같이.
웃기는 자식.
This poor
끝나고
noob.
나서 오래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하네. 의욕이 좀 났나?
Here it is. The final one.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미.
Ooh, I'm excited. Oh, let me drink some water first. Okay, let's go. Prey backed against the cliff's edge. I am left barefoot of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place a stone. His judgments broken when contemplations are the mind indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyeongyup there. Gyeongyup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured in newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-corp. It was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Their concerns grow uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyong Yup appears that monster, this mentor? Mentor? No. Young Yup wasn't like that. Young Yup. I still believe that PPO Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the operations corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. See, if I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant this current S-corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, falling down the river's flow or to where the currents take them. But the river bent and I hit a wall. Someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the deserved faith. And the river continues to the wind, carrying me back to S-corp. Once I had fled, shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would force you back to knock on the gates of S-corp once it was primed for change. Hasn't that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I should stand in your path. Stand in my path and stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyong Yup, second ordinance with South Pyo Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the bonds of rebellion before they propagate. Dude, this is so cool. God damn, she's tall. This is so cool. Okay, same thing. The Carlo Circus of Sal, P, and Pipio each made their standard using and Jiuzhong bird. Have I read this already? The olden tales say that Sal that has ever been the first to spearhead the slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. P harvests the blood that spills forth from each open flesh wound, and it turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The PPO takes the close of a slaughter. They part to one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes collective act of killing. Sort of homeland passed down in the South Court circle is not at its heart an art of killing, to cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art. Outstrips is the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is a sort of the homeland practiced by Sal. There are those who preserve and training that. Okay, yep, I'm for this one. This flesh, I claim. Heal plus 20% damage on crits against and from bamboo-headed Kim. Ooh. Oak splitter. And bear sloop. Okay.
예측할 수 없게.
This music is still insane, bro. Got me vibing.
숨을 거두리라.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
필연적. 절대적.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Damn. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
결정. 해금. 초원 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Oh, hell no. That's some insane shit. What can I even do against? I guess. Oh no, of course it is. I guess. Yeah, sure.
그려낸 대로. 이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지
Right.
숨이 닿도록 베어내.
방금의 공기가 혹신 그 자체였다.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄원.
Okay, that attack looked really cool.
불끈한 지원을
미래를 과거와 같이.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최선이다. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
I'm gonna have to rely on a neutral.
망설임이 없도록.
Please hit. Please win that clash.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Ooh. Oh damn. Okay. Okay. Please. Okay, not this one. Oh yeah, she's gone.
본인은
Damn.
최선을 다했다. 말해주시게.
Please win, please win, please win, please win. Damn it. Damn. Yeah, no, it's wraps. Oh. Alright, that was fine though. Wasn't that big of a deal. Surprisingly not at 30 yet. Oddly enough. Ooh, yep, he's going crazy. Alright. I see him. I'm use another to charge it up back again. I'm gonna take this opportunity to heal him.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
How do you don't you even dare try, don't you? Okay, thank you. Don't. They genuinely just gave us a boss character and told us have fun.
숨을 거둔다.
Cause you can't tell me this isn't just a boss. That's just the boss. No, no way, no. Oh. Damn. Bro. Ah, thank God. Because I was about to tweak if that did not hit. Yes, nice.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Ooh.
견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했어.
Not as much as I'd hoped.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했어.
But now, okay, how? Oh, we're hitting her with a double. I'm so confused. What? No way she's. No way she's gonna be the reason he doesn't hit this. Oh my God. Literally any other slot would have worked. What are we doing?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Yeah, oh my days.
이 순간이 다도 되어내리라.
Aang Do genuinely sold his claim my bones.
그럼 안녕 몰아친 것을 처절한 원망
Now that's a lot like it. Yep. For what? Okay, I see you. Yep, she is cooking. My bad. I was hating too much. Look at this. My days.
근원까지 밟진 않을 터.
Like I said, they general just gave us the boss. That's so much damage. And he looks cool while doing it.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
Yep, we just go damage now.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리
물러서지
끝나버리는 게
않겠어.
좋겠어.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라 낮도 밤도 지우 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것
So close.
아픕니다 난.
Okay, this does not look
슬슬
bad.
지루하니까
Ooh, another one.
끝나버리는 게
Another one. Another one. And now he doing it too. We doubling up. Bruh. Ain't no way. They ain't finna know what hit him. Still clashing, still clashing. And we still clashing here too.
망설임이 없도록.
God damn.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라
We're gonna end this with the perfect to claim their bones.
달빛이 밝.
No way he with that.
근원까지 밟.
There we go. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I am not so far or ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Really, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. The blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Ooh, look at that CG. It looks so cool. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with a mind than bury it away. A proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to close in a final fatal bout. When it settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Level-headed Kim and In Kyung-yup readied their final bout, and Du leaped in between them. I do? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over your life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I had failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of heavens. What have I even done with the life that has been given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust the fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. It isn't about time I admitted that this game cannot be won. That mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. The weakness in your heart had become the finished blade that cut down your fellows. I thought you were here to talk me into keeping on living, or pay me so. What weakness of yours is it this time? You would cast away your own creed in life. What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asking not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about the king of man when he's down. And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levities was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you have always said to describe yourself? You are but a butchering blade that wields itself not. Is not itself a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor? I know now what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that saw death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that's not what I said. Interesting. Why did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo head is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Gyuong were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim as though bounced off by an invisible— Is he getting ego? Is he getting ego? Is he actually getting— Holy fuck, wait, hold on. This gets to me in the empty air as though someone were— Oh my god. Oh my god. To be the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one indeed. I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into both with friend and foe. It seemed that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Oh my, please. But as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, I'm going to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules tonight. game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't the store, and I think that is ego! And efflorescence! Nothing is for. It's the sound! Ein! Oh my god, I am losing my shit. I am losing my shit! Nothing is for certain indeed. Yeah, I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I will desire it to be a victorious tone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. As the strange invisible pressure dissipates on the armored woman, Im Gyeong-gyo readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted off his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. I've been embarrassed. Oh my god! I've been embarrassed to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. No, what? To hide from heaven gaze is to hide from heaven's gaze. This hat I wore, an empty boat. It bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch the blooms throng. In mirth I doff the shroud to moon adore. Oh my god! So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Oh my god, this is so cool. Lead to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of your character. I am he who has entered the lineage of blades to his premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. To what you call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. Oh my fucking god. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. The Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. He got ego, holy shit. Yes, I did want more Bamboo-Hatted Kim content, but holy fuck. This is a lot more than I ever hoped for. I just came in here hoping to get to know him more. He got... okay. Let me get my composure back. The photographs rapidly fall away from reality. Perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-corp slowly lose grip on his world, and soon reveals the fathoms of distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the can experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes very lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. The photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You wanna be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A leisure fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear by just going on a stroll. you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can. If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be my life. Those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experiences without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in other experiences or that gas photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. Now, what I knew was that the distinction was for whatever reason important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. Next to him is another figure stumbling out into a giant suit of armor. Behind me, that thing's still alive. It is but an overlay of the fathoms created in the distortion space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. Don't see that distortion's power is waning. Accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, while impersonating Chuonakuns of Sapapeo, Argo Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Sapapeo Agro Industries, downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it may be but a part of reenactment, personating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage, like warrior, brought down her sword and the dosographer's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance had thereof never been observed, but as it is happened right now, right before her eyes, I can only say yes. Kion is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyeong-gyup's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me the hell's corpses. You found a large group of injured in-corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Erza, who was looking down at the headless body of the dosographer. I love this. I love this so much. This is my new favorite Intervallo. This is my new favorite Intervallo of all time. You don't even know. You don't even know. The subject. Right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Taking her radio back in, Urza commended us in a relieved voice. The distortions have perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys can help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... well, that's for the LCD team and their leaders to investigate. All in all, the mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from the S-corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ursa looked towards Angdu and Kim with a shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own, without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of my mission in my book. Not him getting ego, not them having a hard time, no, just him not disappearing on him. It's not just being, fair enough. Phew, the point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing him more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after the LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide more of your indulgence. You will now join us on mission task as you are expected to. Is that understood, Meta? Who's the one with the higher authority? I don't get it anymore. At this one, they're just equal. Undo, would you mind releasing the hems on my sleeves? What a wedding gift to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's not how he's always been, at least from what we've seen in any case. Fine, you are released. She gave me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. Or heartfelt speech as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through trouble for winding the clock. Hang on, I've got a dislocated shoulder. Not again! You can deal with that. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, I guess what happened the last time. I'll let you do that. You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I hope to ask the clarification, if thou willst. Yeah? Dost thou recall how as we battled the S-corp bin-framed team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who has violated taboo for sooth. As we stood in their path, there's no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be the most perplexing. Where did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations. Recording footage and tab. Okay, I'm making a wild prediction. The photographs, they gonna put them in can experiences, so they will be us. We're going to fight ourselves at some point in this next canto. Or at least somebody with our experiences. Got installed security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a kiss or a person is by photographs. That words hold water, yes. Most puzzling pursuit. For I recall with the clarity that from certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question from Marcel. Given how anti-reliant information Marcel had provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answer I need from him. ChatGPT, bro. didn't get to him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but as he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Versal, do you remember how many pictures the N-corp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us. I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Who was it? Is it me? I picked for a fine model, if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I had heard the sound of pebbles crashing on their boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? N-corp. Oh dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It's as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provided a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of us engaging battle, please select to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation, as you have recommended. We are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Oh shit! Hold on, Mersol. Let's hear him out. Wait! Mersol did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-corp employees. Please confirm that you are the Mersol, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Maxon Sisyphe headquarters. The one who nails? So, wait, one who get. So, Cromer? Part 2? Goddamn. Alright. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-corp with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-corp district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are sound of mind to recall it in its entirety. Confirmed. Very well, then, in keeping with the regulations, hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Please place your hands behind your back, and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell's going on? Wait, forget all that. Do you know this would happen, Mersol? Mersol, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back at N-corp. Employees handcuffed him, nodded unplacidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less than a question, more of a reflex, but I did need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us away earlier, but you just buy off all those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this now onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're? Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize the N-corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of the information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at employees. So, where are you taking him? Our retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Merceau in custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Merceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Damn. Damn. Just like that. They don't even tell us like any more context. Just like that, they took his ass away. Bruh, some motion. At least warn us. Damn. Jeez. I mean, of course, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need all of this. Is the one event I'm going to grind everything on. Oh my god.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
So big. God, I love this canto. Not this Intervallo, genuinely my favorite Intervallo in the entire game. They gave my GOAT ego. Hell yes. The moment this goes off release period, I am getting this immediately after. Immediately after. Oh my god, that took 6 hours. That was 6 hours of gameplay. Oh my days. Oh my days. Anyhow, anyway, thank you all for watching, whoever exists in this infinite void. I don't even have the words to describe what I'm feeling at the moment. Some may call it mania, but it's probably not that severe. I am just tweaking. I'm just tweaking. I am very excited to see what's coming next. Oh my god. Anyways, thank anybody that exists in this void that we call the internet. And good night. It's getting late. I need to relax, drink some water, because god, I feel lightheaded.